Yeah. Welcome back to the channel, man. Day two of the infamous Ynw MELLY's double murder case, man. We'll just jump into it, man. Shout out to the chat. You dig me? Let's get into this shit, gang.
I'm over here.
How's it spelled?
Adelfel.
H-E-L.
Top of the top, y'all. Top of the top, top of the top.
Y'all ready?
Day 2. Shout out Omaha. Good morning, good morning. Shout out everybody. D Nice, Tommy Jones. Rodamaz was good, bro. Howard Hankins what's up? Y'all smash that like. Hey, please smash that like, man. Welcome back to day 2 of the Ynw MELLY double murder trial, man. Day 2, day 2. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody that pulled up yesterday. We about to have a good day. You feel me? We're gonna break this down, get some analysis, you know, take it all in, pause, you know what I mean? Let me see. Okay, here we go. I think we are about ready here. Let me put this bitch on 480 just to get a little bit more clarification of the quality. Yeah, so basically, you know, this nigga Ynw MELLY's fighting for his life. Southside in this bitch, you already know. Shout out Providence, you hear me? This one is this gonna be a crazy one right here, man. Let's get into it, man.
Jury entering. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the vote before the jury as well as the defendant, Mr. Dennis counsel, is assistant state attorneys, and one of our witnesses is Gary. Madam, I just want to remind you, you remain under oath. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you all had a good night. We're going to start now, I think, with the cross-examination by Mr. Edelstein. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Burns.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions. You mentioned something about casings
Yes, sir.
that you found, I think your exact word was spent casings.
Correct.
What does that mean?
So-
Layman's terms.
Yes, so it's the exterior metal jacket that falls off or protrudes off after the projectile cycles through the firearm.
That is, if you have a bullet, the back end of the bullet, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you tested it for DNA was because there are times where you can get the DNA of a person who puts the bullet into the gun, correct?
That is correct.
And nobody has the same DNA.
That is correct.
You don't know any of the results, but that's why you tested for DNA in the casings, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you also indicated that you went to an apartment. I think it was located at 5700 Toscana Place, apartment 307.
Correct.
You knew before you went in, did you not, that that apartment was rented to Jameson Francois.
I would have to refer to my report. I don't recall.
Okay. Good. You mentioned, and I'm going to get to it in a second, you mentioned that you went there pursuant to Detective Moretti's request, I believe, correct?
That is correct.
And that he had a warrant to search that residence.
That is correct.
Let me show you. May I approach to show this witness a document?
What, is it marked? Is it marked or is it
It's not marked.
state of injection? Go ahead.
Let me show you, may I approach you? May I show you a document and see if this refreshes your recollection now? Point two.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Does that refresh your recollection as to whose apartment that was?
Yes, sir.
Whose apartment was it?
Francois?
Jameson Francois.
Jameson Francois.
And you met a young lady by the name of Adria Scott, I believe.
Yes.
That turned out to be his wife, correct?
I'm not 100% sure about the relationship between you.
And you mentioned in Mr. Francois' apartment, there was a letter that was addressed to this young man, correct?
That is correct.
And that letter was addressed to this young man at a different address, correct?
I do not recall.
May I approach the witness to see if that refreshes the recollection?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
The letter you found in Mr. Francois' apartment was addressed to this young man at a completely different address, correct?
That is correct.
You also found in Mr. Francois' apartment a storage key, right?
Yes.
And some ammunition, correct?
Correct.
.40 caliber ammunition.
Correct.
As a result of finding this key to this storage unit, you eventually went to that storage unit to search, correct?
Correct.
And that storage unit was owned or rented to Francois and Jameson Francois and his wife, Scott, correct?
That is correct.
In that storage room owned by Mr. Francois and his wife, you found, did you not, 3 holsters?
That is correct.
You found some gun locks in there?
That is correct.
Did you find any guns in the storage unit that was owned by Mr. Francois?
No.
Do you know if anyone questioned Mr. Francois where the guns were?
I wouldn't know that.
That's not your job.
Correct.
Can I have one moment, Robert?
Yes, sir.
And did I hear you correctly that you are in the Navy?
I work for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
Are you part of the military?
No, I'm not.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Counsel, thank you. Is there anything further this witness?
Investigator Curry, you mentioned you found some holsters. With
Yes.
regards to the holsters, was there a back strap included?
Yes, there was.
What type of back strap was it?
I would need to refresh my memory.
We're looking at your property receipt of the recovered items. I'll refresh your memory.
Yes.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, it has.
Okay. Looking at the property receipt, I'll ask you again, what type of back straps were found?
Block.
Nothing further.
This witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down, ma'am. You're excused. Counsel, want to call your next witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Raymond Maycock.
Uh-oh, there goes Deputy Cock. Officer Cock.
Good morning. You are?
Good morning, Deputy
Deputy.
Raymond.
Welcome. This is our witness stand. When you get there, what I'd like to do is just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Raymond Maycock Jr.
Please spell your first and last name for the court.
First name R-A-M-O-N-D. Last name M-A-Y-C-O-C-K.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, man.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
That microphone adjusts up or down, not back and forth.
Yes, sir.
You ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury with your name and where you're currently employed?
Good morning. My name is Raymond Maycock. I'm currently employed at the Garden Sheriff's Office in the Central and Taylor District.
And what's your title?
I'm a deputy, detention deputy, I'm sorry.
And how long have you been employed by DSO?
I've been employed for 6 years now.
As a detention deputy?
Yes, ma'am.
And where exactly do you work as a detention deputy?
I work in the booking area.
Okay, at the jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your duties and responsibilities?
I'm responsible for processing inmates that come in and out of jail.
Okay, and does that processing include fingerprinting defendants that come in and out of the jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is that, I'm gonna turn your attention to February 13, 2019. What does that entail when an individual comes in?
When an individual comes in, I fingerprint them, take the first shot, and process all their arrest data.
Okay, and during the course of your normal duties as a detention deputy, did you come into contact with the defendant Jamel Demons back on February 13th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you come into contact with him?
In the processing area.
And what was your role in processing the defendant?
My fingerprinting.
And similar to your general duties, you would have processed him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing the witness what was previously shown to defense counsel as states U for identification. Deputy, can you take a look at that? It's a 2-page document, and when you're done, you can look up. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you recognize it?
It has my CCN on it.
And what is your CCN?
It's a work ID.
Is that unique to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this in the same or substantially the same condition as when you last took it back on February 13th of 2019?
No, ma'am.
What's the difference?
I took the fingerprints on an electronic monitor.
And does BSO then store that electronic document in their BSO system?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than that, any change?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence what was pre-marked as states U as states next numbered exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States U will be marked states 27.
Deputy, do you have any further involvement with the defendant, Mr. Demons?
No, ma'am.
Do you see the defendant, Jamel Demons, in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point him out by an article of clothing and his location in the courtroom?
He's sitting to my right-hand side, has on a sweater and a suit jacket.
Is that the individual that you fingerprinted back on February 13th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Is there any cross-examination?
Just briefly.
The state calls Inger Allen.
The fuck is going on with the screen today?
Training to become an analyst, and we did a 40-hour course with the FBI, and we do continuous training yearly to keep up to date with what's going on in the forensic science unit.
Excuse me, hey, Commissioner, can we go sidebar?
Sure.
left off and we were discussing your forensic training, right? And you do forensic proficiency testing,
Yes,
and how often is that done?
yearly.
Okay. And how many times in your work week do you say that you perform comparisons?
Every day,
And how often in your career have you performed comparisons?
1,000.
And have you previously testified in court,
Yes,
specifically here in the state of Florida?
yes,
How many times?
86.
And in this particular case, did you receive a comparison request from the state attorney's office?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm showing the witness was previously been shown to counsel as states double B for identification. Do you recognize page 1?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize?
Please, please, please stop what you're doing. I just want to say it's top of the morning, top of the morning. Good morning. We back. Day 2 of the Melly trial. Shout out Yasmin. I see you. Shout out Too Real. I seen you and I ain't forget about you, Too Real. I got you for sure at the right time. You feel me? I got you today, no cap. Please smash that like button and let me know if you think Melly did it or not. Let me know in the chat.
That document.
Because I see my markings on there.
Okay, and those markings were made during the course of your comparison in this case.
Yes, they were.
Any alterations or deletions to that document?
No.
I'm also approaching with what's in evidence in states 27. Do you recognize states 27?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you also recognize states 27?
Because I see my markings.
Okay. Is states 27 and what's currently now marked as for identification purposes is states double B what you received for comparison in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move into evidence what's been pre-marked as states BB as the next numbered exhibit.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Objection noted, so moved.
States BB will be marked states 28.
Just going to retrieve this. Now, can you walk us through your comparison steps? What is that process like?
We follow a process. It's ACE-V, which stands for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification.
Okay, let's talk about the analysis phase. What does that entail?
That is when we look at the evidence and we determine whether it is quality enough for us to make a comparison.
Okay, and Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to provide these to you in case you need them for reference. States 27 and 28. So in your analysis step, what's the first thing that you're doing when you have states 26 and 27?
I am looking at the quality of the prints that we receive.
And are you using any tools to assist you in this process?
Yes, we use a 4-power magnifying glass.
And in this particular case, when you completed your analysis stage, was it sufficient for you to move on to the next phase?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and the next phase you identified as the comparison phase.
Yes,
What does that phase entail?
that's when we look for details and minutia.
Okay, and what specifically, which exhibit are you looking for the minutia and detail in?
The evidence,
So in front of you, if you can identify for the record state's number on the back,
BB.
which is now in evidence, it says 27.
Okay.
28, my apologies, 28. So you're looking for minutia and detail. Why is that important?
Because that is how I am able to determine whether it's quality enough for me to make an actual comparison.
And was states 28 of quality value for you to compare and make a comparison in this case?
Yes, it was.
And we move on to the next stage at this point, the evaluation phase.
The evaluation is where once I make a comparison and I determine that it is enough or not enough detail for me to make a conclusion, and that is when I do say yes, that is either source identification or non-ident, or if it's inconclusive, where I can't make a determination.
Okay, so there are a few options in every case, right? So you
Correct.
have source identification, you can exclude it, or it's inconclusive.
Correct.
Now, at this particular stage of comparison phase, what did you determine in this case?
That it was source identification,
Okay, and what was that based on?
that these two set of fingerprints were from the same source.
So states number 27, is that correct? And states number 28 are
Correct.
from the same source,
Yes,
meaning that the fingerprints that you compared are of the same source.
yes.
And what about the V stage, the verification stage?
Verification stage is where I give my paperwork to another analyst for them to do the technical verification of the work that I did.
Okay, and after, and before your verification step, you indicated earlier that there's some markings on the document. Are those markings, when are those markings made?
When?
Yes.
When I do my report.
So throughout the evaluation stage, before the verification stage, you're making those markings.
Correct.
And so when you're completed with the verification stage, do you formalize your opinion or your determination in writing?
Yes,
And that's placed on a report?
yes.
Your Honor, a moment to confirm. Your Honor, can I retrieve the evidence from the witness?
Yes.
And at this time, the state's requesting to publish states 27 and 28.
You may.
Publishing states 27.
Excuse me, Garrett.
And you should be able to see it in front of your screen, but states 27, you indicated the markings. Are those at the top left right here that I'm pointing to?
Yes,
Those markings that you've made?
yes.
Now publishing states 28. And the markings that you referred to in states 28, are those here that I'm pointing to on the bottom right?
Yes,
And you indicated that the source of the identification on states 28 and on states 27 were the same source.
yes.
Nothing further.
Counsel, is there any cross-examination?
I have nothing to say. Thank you.
This witness excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. You're excused. Counsel, want to call your next witness, please?
After this time, the state would be publishing the additional video from state 7, and we'll be doing that 30 minutes entered into evidence.
And actually, need to move this into evidence as well. Your Honor, pursuant to public records, I'm moving to evidence that was pre-marked as state CC as the next state's number exhibit. I've
Show it to
previously
counsel.
shown it to counsel. This is what's going on.
Is there any objection?
Hey man, please stop what you're doing right now. If you haven't, smash that like button. Good morning to everybody who just getting in here. We back at it, day 2. Shit, man, they over here cross-examining again. Shout out to DT, shout out to Cavell, shout out to Trap 6, Katrina, Side-Eye Tay, Youngin 321. Shout out to the whole chat, man. Snow Gang or No Gang, baby. Hit that subscribe too if y'all want to stay tuned in. We're gonna be following this whole trial. Shout out 703 Northern Virginia.
Just to the relevance, Your Honor. Objection relevance.
That's it, please?
Yes, right? You want to start?
Trial. His co-defendants have his own trial. I mean, they got separate trials. Melly's on trial. How long this trial is? I heard it was 2 weeks.
That'll be admitted.
I heard it was 2 weeks, but I don't know. They kind of, I mean, it's only day 2, so we don't know.
State CC tomorrow states 29.
Your Honor, permission to publish dates 29.
You may.
Oh, so this is paperwork. They showing us this paperwork, y'all. Shout out to the cameraman, yo. YSL cameraman need to take notes. This nigga actually showing us the court date document, yo. Oh, was that his driver's license? It said something vehicle. Oh, highway. Okay. That's the highway patrol, I guess. It's just like evidence type shit. Home Depot. Victoria's Secret. Oh, what they was scamming? Is that some kind of scam shit from his old case or something? Orders to reinstate your drop. Yeah, he got convicted. Damn, his birthday just passed, May 1st. Last month. What up, Slime News? Shout out Slime News in chat. Yeah, this is his paperwork right here for like his old cases or some. What old cases is this? See, they suspended his license. Nah, you good, DT. You good, bro. I know what you're talking about. It's good. As long as the energy, man, everybody come with that cool energy, man. You know. But don't, you know what I mean? You know, you feel me? Shout out to everybody in the chat, no cap. So we looking at like his old paperwork right here. Why are they showing this? I mean, like, what are they about to hostage pertaining? You feel me? Yeah, your last name being Demon is crazy. I ain't gonna lie, that's really actually crazy. Listen, I would have told them niggas, hey man, like I said yesterday, do not fucking put my name out. Nigga, I'd rather y'all put Ynw MELLY up that bitch than put demons. I don't want to see demon, monster. I don't want to see none of that shit. You feel me? Don't have me looking crazy. His voter status. He had his rights restored. I'm surprised he 5'8". He ain't that damn short. I mean, that's short compared to me. That's not really short. That's only like I'm 6 feet. I thought he was shorter than 5'8", unless he didn't grew a little bit more. But I think well, maybe 5'8" is, I don't know. Yeah, 5'8" is fairly short now. 5'11", 5'10" is not really. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, 5'8" is kind of short now. I think about for a man, right? 5'8" is pretty short for a man. Yeah, at least they say D-Mons, right? Let's get it for it. Yeah, they about to just look through all this damn paperwork. Oh, they must have went on some kind of research. Okay, here we go. Back to the footage.
Channel 1, October 26, 2018, time on video 0208.
So this is footage from the night of, y'all. I'm trying to see, is this? I don't even recognize this place. It don't like the studio, and it don't look like, it look like a neighborhood with that trash can right there. Oh no.
Channel 1, October 26, 2018, time on video 2:11:11.
Yeah, villainizing him. Yeah, that's, I don't know. Having demons or demons as your last name is fucking. When I first found that out, I was like, oh man. Someone when I've been found out, I'll tell you shit. I knew it was gonna be a problem. Well, not a problem, but I knew it was weird. But the charges are worse these days. But I'm just saying,
Channel 1, 10/26/2018, 217:43.
Oh, that's the studio. That's another camera from the studio. That's Portland right there, ain't it? No, it's not lagging. I'm looking at the playback. Let's look at it. Every now and then it might hit a lag, but I got the Ethernet cord in, y'all, so I mean I don't fucking know, bro. I might got to get my own fucking satellite this bitch. Yeah. How the trial looking? I think he does got some evidence against him, but I think he got some wiggle room. Oh, there he go right there. I think that's him. With the genie, was that him or no? I think he got some wiggle room though. I think he got a little bit of wiggle room. I think his lawyer just got to do that shit. His lawyer just got to do it, bro. Like it's something. But yeah, it's some shit that look bad. You know, it's just that, man. He in Florida too. You know, Florida, man. They crooked, bro. That's a fucked up. They be giving niggas crazy time for crazy bullshit. They let all type of weird shit happen, the George Zimmerman shit, and it's just weird in Florida, man. When it comes to their court systems and their legalities, and I like Florida the state personally, but I know me not even being from Florida, I only lived in Florida for 1 year, but even if I didn't, me just looking at the shit I be seeing about Florida, I get like, I would never want to get in no trouble down there for sure. I don't get in trouble nowhere, but I'm just saying, hell no, not in Florida. What the fuck? Fuck no, nigga. Cool of that. Cool of all that shit. I ain't gonna lie. LL Cool J on all that. If he loses trial with an 8-4 loss, like 8 of them.
Channel 3, 10/26/2018, 211.
That's the studio. Run them lights up, gang. Run them lights up too, man. Day 2, we in here, man. Shout out to everybody that was here yesterday. Shout out to the new people, man. Smash that subscribe if you want to stay in tune. We're going to be following this thing through. Yeah, I'm the host with the most coast to coast. IQ. Yeah.
Channel 3, 10/26/18, 217:34.
DDG walking through that bit. Who the fuck? I see you, DDG. It was in there with DDG, wasn't it? Up on the whole nother level, I'm geeking. Whole nother level. All them, no, that's how Florida is. All them niggas be having dreads down that bitch. Oh man, if Portland gets on the stand. He got they said he had a separate trial yesterday. He got his own court date, so I know one thing about motion to separate. That's not a good look. Somebody want to separate the case from you? Is this the same? Y'all got y'all coded names? Experience. That could be.
Count 3, 10, 26, 18, 2, 19, 35. Ten 26, 2018, 2/20/07.
Shit, hey, look, I was thinking what's in them bags too. If I know what I know, or if I know what I think, if I think what I know, how you say it? I think I might. There's only a couple things that could be in them shits. Maybe some money or some blicks or both. Maybe some weed or something too.
10 26, 2018, 2/21/28.
See something. I just want to make sure we still on deck, y'all. We still on deck. We on deck. Shout out to the chat, man. Y'all smash them likes. Run them likes up, gang. Run them likes the fuck up. Run them likes up. Run them up. Run them up. If you did, I appreciate you. Salute. Real big dog shit.
10 26, 2018, 02/28, 38.
Okay, my Wi-Fi was acting a little trippy just now, y'all. Y'all got to excuse me. It's back on though. My bad. I don't know what's happening. It was my shit went out. My Wi-Fi went out for like 2 seconds. Still on this video. Shout out to the chat, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Run the fucking likes up if you did, man. Salute, salute, salute. You did. Day 2. Ynw MELLY, man.
10 26, 2018, 2/11/10, channel 4.
So when he came back, the purse looked light.
Channel 4, 10 26, 2018, 2/17/43.
What are those talking about right there? Why niggas just look confused? Y'all see that? What is niggas just? It feel like niggas just lingering around. Like what the fuck? If the studio session over, I never seen niggas just linger like this. What are they walking in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out? You know what it kind of remind me of? That family that went missing. That they said they got them on. They got footage of them on tape, and they just packing up, and they all looking like zombies. They not even talking to each other, just packing their house up, and then they just leave, and we know about. What the fuck are they? They look like zombies. Like what are y'all doing? Is somebody waiting on something, or what the fuck was supposed to happen? It's like 10, 12 niggas. It's like, why I'm lying. It ain't 10, 12. Shout out Youngstown, too. You feel me? I don't know. The house across got cameras? That'd be crazy. Yeah, like, why is niggas just lingering around, bro? I'd be like, bro, I'm ready to go. Like, who is that? Is that Melly right there? No. Niggas just lingering like a bitch, bro. Is something missing? Did somebody take some? Or oh no, look, they give it that. They shaking up. They shaking up. Okay, so now niggas ready to leave. So that was his shit. That light too, man. Yeah, they just walking around like any nigga know that at the studio, man. You gotta once it's over, if you gotta get in, get out. You can chill in the inside, or unless it's gated. If it's gated in, it's something different. But I'm about to, nigga, it's 2 in the morning too. I'm ready to go, nigga. Come on.
Channel 4, 10/26/2018, 02 21 37.
Or was he waiting for something? But you know, I mean, that's me being objective, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't me, so maybe them niggas like to linger around. I don't know. But 2 in the morning, that's not really that smart. Especially if them niggas really gangsters where they from type shit. You gotta get the fuck in and get out, especially on some rap shit. If y'all got ops and shit like that, so you know what I mean? The ops gonna know where your ass.
Channel 4, 10/26/2018, 02 28 54.
The ops gonna know where you record at. Half of the time, if y'all from a small town, this ain't like a super big city. So they setting them up. It's just, I don't know, bro. It's just like, what this dude keep walking outside for? Maybe his car over there or something. I don't know. Like, I don't know. That shit, it just, what the fuck is going on at 2 in the morning? These niggas just wandering around back and forth. I ain't see nobody going to pick nothing up, leave. Like, it wasn't like they was going to the studio picking up some equipment or picking up some money, or they left a bag of weed in there. Or I didn't see them leaving with shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just in and out, in and out. And like, are they trapping, nigga? Like, is y'all catching plays in that bitch or something? But I don't know.
Channel 6, 10/26/18, 02 10 56.
It's the inside of the studio right here. I was thinking that they have another camera up inside of the studio besides that little bump.
Channel 6, 10/26/18, 02 11 28. Channel 6, 10/26/2018, 02 17 33.
Oh, this is before. This is early. Okay, this is okay. So what we watching? Okay, my bad, y'all. Because you see, the time went back. So they're watching the same shit that we just seen. They watching it from a different camera that's in the studio. It looked like, because it looked like it's a picture of somebody that they drew all on the wall. Yeah, RIP. So this is just a different angle of just what we seen outside. It's them, I guess, going outside. I don't know. Thank you. The time is it's back to 2:17. After weed. No, nigga ain't gonna leave his weed in the studio. You leave your weed in the rap studio, your shit good as smoke. Nigga go back for the weed. I'm talking about like a big bag of weed, like an ounce or a bigger, you know what I mean? Quarter pound, something like that. A nigga gonna go get that for sure. I mean, a nigga go get an eighth, nigga, if they remember. But yeah, nigga going in the studio, yeah, nigga gonna smoke that if you don't. You leave your weed in the rap studio. Really, any studio. It could be a fucking musicians and weed. Oh man, it's over. Artists and weed is over. I'm definitely going back to get my bud for sure. Cause that shit is. I'm not gonna find it. That's
Channel
like
6,
leaving money.
10/26, 2018, 02, 1937.
Ice, no, you leave your weed in the studio, your shit good as smoke, nigga. You ain't gonna see that weed no more. You ain't gonna know who smoked it. Get that before you forget it. Hold on, I gotta get my bud. I left my bud in the booth. I left it in the booth. Hold on, let me get back in there. Yeah, can't even play like that. That's like dropping money, nigga. That shit is out of there. Only real niggas are, you know what I mean? But then like, that look like some hood shit. A bunch of young niggas, them niggas ain't getting your weed back. Unless they for sure know it's yours, like shit. And it's the one of your, you know what I mean? You said the guy haven't. Oh, so hold on. So they didn't get shot with handguns. It was 7.62.
Channel 6, 10/26, 2018, 02, 21, 28.
That kind of. They got hit with 7.62 and shit. Nigga might have did a drive-by on their ass, like some assault rifle shit. I don't know. They gonna hide that shit in the car shooting that bitch. I don't know. That's kind of crazy. That nigga might have slid. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Oh, they got AI on the wall too. Look at Allen Iverson. Look at him. They got AI with his hand like this. That classic picture.
Channel 6, 10/26, 2018, 02, 22, 42. Channel 6, 10/26/2018, 02/24/29. Channel 6, 10/26/2018, 02/25/34.
Well, they just cleaning up the studio, that's all. Well, this was going on while they was outside, and maybe that's what this is. What's going on inside while they was outside. Appreciate that, Diane. Smash them lights, Diane Luchetto. Let's see something quick.
Channel 6, 10/26/2018, 02/27/09. Channel 6, 10/26/2018, 02/28/38. Channel 7, 10/26/2018, 02/11/03. Channel 7, 10/26/18, 02/11/10. Channel 7, 10/26/2018, 02/17/36. Channel 7, 10/26, 2018, 02, 2011. Channel 7, 10/26, 2018, 02, 2132. Channel 7, 10/26, 18, 02, 28, 48. That would conclude the publishing of State 7. I just asked for 5 minutes to check with my witness outside to make sure they're ready to go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence of any more research. If you know, okay, very sure. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. You need a restroom break?
Yes.
No, you're.
Oh, I thought you were looking right at me.
He's recognized. No, he's good. All right, we're in recess. Thank you. Aaron, can I ask you if you're just file what it states?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I see. But Brad is asking for 2.
Council, you all set, ready to go?
Yes, sir. Council just reviewing the last set of photographs.
Who's your next witness?
Shannon Thompson.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure. On the record, please. State of Florida versus Devens, President, Defendants, Counsel, and Assistant State Attorneys. There is an adjourned room you want to approach. Yes, sir. On the sidebar.
Side.
Yes, sir. does this say? The case I'm looking at, counsel, is Rodriguez v. States, Supreme Court of Florida, May 26, 2005. And you had noted it says, as a general rule, members of the victim's family should not identify a victim at trial where non-related critical witnesses are available to make such identification. This rule prevents interjection of matters not germane to the issue of guilt and ensures that the sympathy of the jury is not evoked by the emotional testimony of the family. So that's the general rule. So you're telling me you don't have someone other than the family members to identify the body as a critical non-family member to do that?
Representation is not critical. Secondly, in light of that, in the room, the defense is trying to stop that that's occurred in the state, rejecting that officers who say and offering family member and claiming that they can feel about the planet and those instruments speak for the members of the family. I would say that's bad.
Thank you. Anything else? I accept your representation. The biggest concern I have is anything on motion. She does not get motion. Where that's what this is all about. That's all well and good. I don't know what the testimony of the witness is going to give, but they're indicating defense will stipulate to.
We're stating it on the record. Why does it have to be written?
Why does that have to be indicated?
It's a written stipulation, it needs to be introduced into evidence and go back to the jurors.
So, Counsel, are you going to do that?
We can have it by the, we don't have a printer and I can do it if she can print it out for us.
I mean, I don't think it needs to be.
Sure. So stipulate to, let's stipulate to. And this is for, the same thing for the, you said Anthony Williams, the same thing for the other alleged victim? Yes. Yes? Everybody agrees? Okay, so you can do that.
Thank you.
All right, so who's next?
Chris Carter.
Who is it?
Chris Carter.
Can I bring the jury in now? You ready?
Yes, sir.
You ready, jury? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendants, as counsel, assistant state attorneys, and ladies and gentlemen, the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, we're glad to the state is still on its case in chief, so I'm going to ask Madam Prosecutor, Ms. Bradley, what's your next witness, please?
Christopher Carter.
Christopher Carter, please. Thank you. Good morning. Are you Mr. Carter?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Come on up here. This is our witness stand. When you get up there, sir, what I'd like you to do is just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand. You sworn?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Christopher Allen Carter.
Please spell the first and last name for the record.
KRISGOPHER
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Mr. Carter, that microphone in front of you will adjust up or down, not back and forth.
Sorry, repeat that?
It'll go up or down, but not back and forth. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good morning. How are you today?
Good, yourself?
Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and say where you work?
I'm a crime scene investigator for the City of Fort Lauderdale Police Department.
And so, Investigator Carter, how long have you been with the City of Fort Lauderdale as a crime scene investigator?
I am coming up on 4 years as an investigator with the City of Fort Lauderdale.
Prior to working for the City of Fort Lauderdale, where did you work?
I worked for the Miramar Police Department.
What did you do for the Miramar Police Department?
I was a crime scene technician for about 3 years.
What were your jobs responsibilities as a crime scene technician for the City of Miramar?
To respond to crime scenes and observe, document, collect, and preserve evidence.
When the 3 years you were there, can you give us a rough time frame?
I started about August of 2016 and transferred to Fort Lauderdale July of 2019.
What types of training and education did you have to work in crime scene?
I got my associate's degree at the Broward College in crime scene and also have over 100 hours in training related to forensics and crime scene investigation.
Are you required to do continual training on a yearly basis?
When able to do the budgetary reasons, yes.
With regards to the training and stuff that you've completed with the Miramar Police Department before you started engaging in casework, can you describe a little bit about that?
The training that I went through, like I said, was the associate's degree in the program through Broward College, and within that you are taught how to respond to crime scenes, how to observe crime scenes, how to observe evidence on crime scenes, and how to properly document and preserve those pieces of evidence and collect them.
Are you trained specifically in areas such as photography?
Yes.
What types of training and experience do you have in photography and documenting a crime scene?
During the associate's degree, I went through a particular class that was geared towards forensic photography, and that was aside from the main forensics degree program.
For forensic photography, what type of equipment do you use?
You use a digital camera, a external light source typically to better illuminate the pieces of evidence. That would be a flash, and that's about it.
I want to go to October 26th of 2018. Did you have an occasion to be involved in a Miramar police case investigation under case number 18-10-06269?
Yes, it did.
At that point, where were you employed?
At the City of Miramar Police Department.
What was your role in that case at first?
I was requested to respond to the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office to observe the autopsies that were executed there, and also to process one of the decedents, and then later on to process the vehicle that was involved in the crime scene.
So at the medical examiner's office, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that's located?
It is located in Davie. I do not have an exact address, but
Is it within the city of Miramar?
no, it is not.
So after you left the medical examiner's office, did you return to the city of Miramar?
Correct.
You indicated you helped in processing a vehicle.
Correct.
Did you take photographs while you were processing that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Approximately how many photographs did you take?
I believe it was around 422.
Prior to coming into court today, did you have a chance to review a much smaller selection of those 422 photographs?
Yes, I did.
Are these showing you what's been marked as states D for identification? It's a composite of photographs. Did you have an opportunity to look through these before you came into court today?
Yes, I did.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the photographs you took on October 26th of 2018?
They do.
Here at this time, the state would request of states D and as states 30 and published to the jury.
Is there any objection?
No.
So they'll be admitted as composites, is that correct?
That's correct, Your
How
Honor.
many photographs?
I have to double check on that. Just a moment. I believe it is 65.
States DD to DD will be marked states 30.
I'm sorry, what number?
30.
Thank you.
Investigator Clark, you can touch the screen as well to indicate areas of interest. $65 photos, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Starting with photo number 1. What is this?
This is a photo identifier that we would take prior to the crime scene to properly show the date the photographs were taken, the case number related to it, and the type of case and the location where the photographs were taken.
What location is 2811 Southwest 186th Avenue?
That is the Miramar Police Department substation.
Okay. The next photo, what are we looking at here?
This is a piece of evidence tape that was used to seal the garage that the vehicle was kept in.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the evidence tape seal for?
The evidence tape seal is, like it should be explained, is seal to show that nobody has entered the premises from the time of when the investigator sealed the premises to when now I'm responding and photographing the seal.
Was this seal here at the bottom of the large doors still intact when you responded?
Yes, it was.
Moving on to the interior door. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Again, you were looking at a seal of evidence tape that was placed by the investigator prior to their leaving, and then when I arrived, I photographed the seal to show that it was still sealed upon my arrival.
Moving on to the next photograph. What are we looking at here?
This is Detective Mark Moretti reading the search warrant for the vehicle.
The vehicle in question, what is it?
I believe it was a Jeep Compass.
Is that the same that's indicated on that photo in the red lettered writing?
Yes.
Moving on to the next photo. What are we looking at in here? I'm going to zoom in here to the hood area.
That is another piece of evidence tape used to seal the vehicle in the same way that we sealed the premises prior to a search warrant. The vehicle and all of its entries are sealed prior to the search warrant being executed.
So, for example, now looking at the screen down here at the bottom of the passenger side doors, that red item, is that the same evidence tape we've been looking at?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to the next photo. What are we looking at in this image?
This is showing the front passenger side portion of the vehicle.
Moving on to the next photo.
This is showing the exterior of the front passenger side and rear passenger side doors.
Have you begun executing and searching the search warrant at this point?
No, I have not.
So what is the purpose of all these exterior outside photos?
All these are to document the vehicle in which I found it when I responded to the search warrant, and all photos are taken prior to execution of the search warrant.
So again, going to the rear door seal, was that one still intact?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And the rear trunk seal, was that one still intact?
Yes, it was.
The initials MK that are on that, do you know who those belong to?
Yes, that is Michael Kelly, which
And-
was my supervisor at the time.
You read my mind as to my next question. On the back of this vehicle photo, what is the tag number of the Florida tag that was assigned?
India Echo Kilo Delta 22.
For those of us not in law enforcement, can you please translate?
IEK D22.
The India Echo Kilo Delta that you just used, what is that commonly referred to? The alphabet.
Fanatical.
Going on, what are we looking at on this image?
This is showing the driver's side exterior of the vehicle.
And going to the seals on this particular item.
Sorry, repeat that.
The seals right here on this particular area or item of the door, was it intact?
Yes, it was.
Moving on to the front door seal at the bottom between the front driver's door and the rear driver's door. Was this seal also intact?
Yes, it was.
As to the state of the windows of the car, had they been manipulated in any way while you were taking these pictures?
No, they were not.
Moving on to the final picture of the evidence tape here on the driver's side door by the A column near the hood. Was this evidence seal still intact?
Yes, it was.
What was the VIN or vehicle identification number of this vehicle?
3C4N JDD B2 JT 198929.
The first photo that we're looking at here was now inside the vehicle. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you're documenting in this photo.
From here, I took photos of the exterior of the vehicle. Then the doors of the vehicle were opened up, and as is, without anything being moved or disturbed, photographs of the interior of the vehicle were collected.
So you say without being anything moved or disturbed. What do you do to make sure that you're not contaminating any of the evidence?
I wear gloves prior to each time touching the vehicle, and that goes with touching my equipment, going back to the vehicle, and vice versa.
The front passenger side view that we're looking at right here. Later on are the items collected,
Yes, they are.
and we'll get to that in a little bit. With what area of the car are we looking at here in this next photo? My apologies.
That is the area between the front passenger seat and the door jamb for the front passenger door.
Okay. Next photo, what are we looking at here?
That is the front passenger side floorboard.
Moving on here, the seats, did you manipulate them in any way before taking this photograph?
No, I did not.
Moving on into the next photograph, what are we looking at there?
Those are gold caps for teeth.
And so it's clear that that's a close-up photo from this rear passenger door. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, that's correct.
When we're looking out this rear passenger door, what are you documenting in this particular area?
I'm documenting the interior of the rear passenger door and the door jamb for the rear passenger door, as well as the seat and the floorboard of the rear passenger.
Moving on to the next image, what are we looking at in this photo?
That is a spent projectile.
So I'm going to go back a photo. Is that the same projectile that is down here?
Yes, it is.
Going forward again, what are we looking at in this image?
That is the rear passenger side floorboard and the items that were found there.
Continuing to the next photo, what are you documenting in this image?
In this image, you can see the partial back of the front passenger side seat, the, again, floorboard of the rear passenger side floorboard, the rear passenger side seat, and a projectile hole that you can see defect onto the seat.
And so I'm going to zoom in on an area. Can you explain what you're talking about, the projectile hole?
Yes.
And you can use the screen to touch if you're to draw attention to certain areas.
I observed a defect in the seat that is later on gone into detail.
Okay. Moving on to the next image here. What are we looking at?
This is the rear passenger side seat as well as the rear center console and cup holders and partial of the rear driver's side seat.
This area in the center with the two Sprite cans, is that how you found it in the down position?
Yes, it was.
In this image here, can you describe a little bit about what's the red and white plastic item on the bottom on the floorboard? What is that?
That is a plastic bag.
Okay. What are you documenting in this image?
This image shows the trunk which had been opened, and in the photograph you can see the car manual and a jacket.
Did you disturb any of the glass? Did any of the glass move when you were opening that trunk?
Not that I recall.
What are you, in this next image, I'm going to go back one. Did you open the rear trunk to get better photographs inside?
Correct.
Is this the interior of the rear trunk lid?
Yes, it is.
Can you kind of describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to how the trunk lid is, and how you're taking the picture so they can orient themselves in space?
Correct. In this photo, the orientation is staying at the back of the vehicle. The hatch trunk is opened up, and I'm looking upward at the interior of the trunk.
And so why did you take a picture of this white fuzzy stuff?
I observed a projectile defect.
Moving on to the next photo. What did you document here?
This is a yellow jacket that was found inside the trunk that I observed red stains on.
Why would you document red stains?
Because of the presumptively would be blood.
Did you do any presumptive testing at this point?
Not at this point.
Moving on to this next image. What are we looking at here?
This is the rear driver's side seat. From the vantage point of the driver's side, the driver's side door. It shows the driver's side seat, the driver's side floorboard, as well as some of the cup holders and rear passenger side seat.
Next image, what are we looking at here?
This is also another photo of the rear driver's side and cup holder.
Next image, what are you focusing on in this particular image?
This photo shows the rear driver's side floorboard, which has a Gatorade bottle, a cap, and a white plastic bag.
Moving on to the next image, what are you showing here?
In this image, this shows the interior of the front driver's side door and somewhat of the interior of the front driver's side seat and floorboard.
Moving on to the next image here, what are you looking at?
This image shows the steering wheel, partial of the front driver's side seat, the center console, and the side of the front passenger side seat.
On the next image now, we have a little bit different. Why do you put these yellow numbers?
These numbers, at the time I called photo markers, now with my agency I refer to them as placards, so I might refer to them also as placards. But these placards show and denote items of interest that will later be collected, and it's easier to recall back to a certain item and to show where that item is.
As you're documenting and collecting the evidence, do you use these photo markers in your reports and notes?
Yes, I do.
So, to go back to the photo of 1, 2, 3, 5, where did you collect the items at photo marker number 1?
Yes, I did.
Do you maintain the liquids that are inside of them when you worked at the Miramar Police Department?
I do not recall.
As to photo marker number 3, did you collect the items of evidence that were there next to photo marker number 3?
Yes, I did.
Moving on to photo marker number 6, did you collect the gold teeth that were in that pocket there?
Yes, I did.
Item number, item number 7, did you collect that item?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
That was the spent projectile.
For item that's at photo marker number 8, what was that and did you collect that?
I believe that is denoting the pair of shoes. Yes, I did.
Okay. And to go to a better picture for photo marker number 9, did you collect the item at photo marker number 9?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
That is a cell phone.
As to photo marker number 10, did you collect the 2 Sprite cans that were there?
Yes, I did.
Going on to the rear of the vehicle, photo markers 12, 13, and 14. Did you collect the various items listed in this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you have help and assistance in processing this vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Who helped you?
Crime scene technician Tara Carroll.
Did you guys have a plan of attack as to how to process the vehicle?
We split up the vehicle into certain sections, and each processed those areas of the vehicle and collected the items that were in relation to those areas.
So it's clear to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what section were you assigned?
I was assigned to the driver's side of the vehicle.
In your report, how did you write down which side you were responsible for?
In the report, it shows that swabs were taken from the passenger side of the vehicle, which was incorrect in the report, and was later shown as a correction in the primary receipts, as well as the original swab boxes that were collected on scene.
So let's stop for a second there and explain, when you're collecting swabs, what are you doing?
I am using sterile distilled water and placing that onto a cotton swab and passing that over, rubbing that over an area in which I either believe there may be the presence of DNA, and that area is processed with the swab, then placed inside a sterile swab box, and on that swab box I notate where that item was, or what item was swabbed with those swabs.
So let's go very minute, detail by detail. First thing you do is what? When you're getting the swab and you're ready to swab an area. Do you change your gloves?
Correct.
I want very precise.
Yes. I get my new pair of gloves out of the box and take the new sterile swab, open the swab packaging that is sealed and sterile, and open up a new sealed container of sterile water, and that water is then placed in drop form on the top of the swab, and then the swab is then rubbed over the area in which I intend to process.
Do you ever dip the swab back into the sterile water and sort of double dipping, for lack of a better
No, I
term?
do not.
Okay. After you swab the area, what's the next step you take?
The swab box is opened, the swabs are put inside the swab box, and then that swab box is closed, and then I notate on the swab box what items processed with the swabs.
Do you complete the property receipt at that same time?
I do not.
When do you complete your property receipt?
The property receipt is completed later on in the office, when the item is then going to be submitted to the Evidence Bureau.
When do you do your report?
The report is done following, usually when all work is done.
Okay. So in terms of the most accurate description of what is that swab is of, what would that be?
The note on the swab box.
Okay. So going back to the photos, in terms of the process and the timing, when you're doing the swabs, is it before these photos, after these photos, just so the jury understands the way you process the car?
The way I process it is I remove all items that are deemed as evidence, and I remove those from the vehicle. And then prior to any other processing, whether that be latent prints, the car is processed for possible DNA, and then from there to latent prints.
And to be clear, did you do any of the latent prints in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Moving on to the pictures with item markers or photo markers 10, 11, 16 here. Were those items 16, 11 collected?
Yes, they were.
And forgive me. In terms of the numbers and the item numbers, was there a time or a number that you collected 1 through 15, 1 through 20, the items, and Ms. Carroll collected the others?
Yes, there were.
And do you recall which specific photo markers and items you were responsible for collecting?
I would have to refer to my report.
Would you looking at your report and refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes, it would.
If I may approach that?
Yes.
Can you refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, that being said, I'll ask again. Which items or photo markers were you responsible for collecting numerically?
Items 12 through 20 were the items that I collected.
In terms of these photographs, they were all taken by you. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
Moving on to item number 18 and 17. Did you collect those two?
Yes, I did.
19 and 20 as shown here. Did you collect those?
Yes, I did.
What are we looking at in this photo here?
This photo shows the trunk portion of the vehicle with the hatch covering the spare tire removed.
The processing here again at the, what location of the car on this photo or next one?
This is the front driver's side floorboard.
Okay, you have, and what photo marker is here?
19.
So what are we looking at here underneath the brake pedal?
That I believe is a spent projectile.
Is that then marked with photo marker number 24 that we're looking at in this photo?
Yes, it is.
And item number 23. the glasses case. You were documenting that? Sorry.
Correct.
On to photo marker number 25. Did you take these images here?
Yes, I did.
Photo marker 26. Did you take those?
Yes, I did.
Are these the items that were in the glove box?
Yes, they are.
In terms of this enterprise receipt that we're looking at here, does that vehicle description listed on this enterprise receipt and VIN number match the Jeep Compass that you've been looking at?
No, they do not.
And the name of the individual who rented this vehicle, was that on this enterprise receipt? On the, and not the Jeep Compass, my apologies, I'll rephrase. The enterprise receipt, did it have a name of a renter on it?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
Jamerson Francois.
I'm going to move on to the next photo here. What have you done to document the scene in this photo inside this Jeep?
In this photo, it shows trajectory rods that were placed inside of the projectile defects to show an approximate path of the projectile.
Excuse me, can we approach? Sure.
Investigator Carter, as you were saying, explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what are these green, red items that are now in the back seat of the Jeep?
These are called trajectory rods, and like I said, they are used to show the approximate path of the projectile when it struck the surface.
How many trajectory rods are in this photo that we're looking at here?
There are 7.
Going forward to the next photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is the opposite side of the rear passenger side seat, showing the the trajectory rods coming through.
Objection.
Same objection?
Yes, sir.
Overruled.
Again, showing what?
Showing the trajectory rods coming through the back of the rear passenger seat and through to the front of the rear passenger side seat.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you place them?
The trajectory rods are placed through one defect, pass through the object, and then through the other defect on the opposite side.
Going forward to this next photo, all the other items of evidence have been removed. So I want to go for time frame. How long after the initial processing are we talking where you're doing these trajectory rods?
I do not have time for that.
When we're looking at this photo here, what are we looking at?
This is the rear driver's side interior door and floorboard seat.
Looking here at this photo, what are you documenting and where is it in relation to that last photo?
I am documenting a projectile defect that was in the door jamb of the rear driver's side door.
And so I'm going to go back to the last photo. If you could circle a couple of times on the screen the area that you are photographing in the next photograph. Okay. And going to the opposite angle view of that. Can you again circle the defect so it's clear? And to get this photo, how did you have to position the rear driver's side door?
The door had to be fully opened and the defect had to be photographed from looking from the inside of the vehicle out.
So going on to the next photograph here, you mentioned prior that there was a projectile on the seat that you recovered.
Correct.
Is this the process you have to undertake?
Yes, it was.
What did you do? Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I used a scalpel to remove the top layer of the leather, and it showed a projectile that was situated inside the front of the seat.
Is this another view of that process?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you assign a photo marker to that item and collect it?
Yes, I did.
And what are we looking at this image?
This is an image of the projectile as it was removed from the foam to be fully photographed.
Okay. So those 65 photos that you took at the processing of the Jeep, is that, and we've gone through all of those. I want to move on now to the photos that you took of the items of evidence that you collected. Investigator Carter, I'm now showing you what's been marked as States EE for identification purposes. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
Did you have an opportunity to review them before you came into court today?
I do.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the processing that you did of the items collected from the Jeep?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state requesting of States EE in as States 31.
Any objection?
No objection, but with the same representation that the disc contains only those photos.
That is correct, Your Honor.
No problem.
They'll be admitted with that representation.
States EE mark states 31.
And that is 21 photos. So starting here at item number 12. What are we looking at here?
This is the yellow jacket that was collected from the trunk of the vehicle.
What, in terms of the item number 12 that's on here as well, is that the same yellow jacket?
Yes, it was.
Is the number 12 consistent every time you're using or photographing something from photo marker number 12?
Correct.
The other item that we see on here, kind of the L-shaped gray and white. What is that?
That is a scale.
What's the purpose of having that in your photographs?
The scale shows the size of the item that you're looking to document, and the scale also has parameters on it that allow it to be fixed if not taken at the correct angle.
Understood. Moving on to the next photo, is this the opposite side of item number 12?
Yes.
What do you do in between items to ensure that there's no cross-contamination?
In between items, the paper on the floor where the item is placed is changed every single time, and my gloves are changed in between touching my camera and going back to the evidence.
When you say the paper that's down there, what is that? What specific type of paper do you use?
It's called a brown craft paper.
Is it ever reused during the course of a case?
No, it is not.
Moving on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
That is a sock, a Jeep Compass user guide, and a box.
And what photo marker were these documented at the previous set of photos?
Photo marker 13.
Going on to this next photo, still at photo marker 13. What are you showing here?
I am showing the opposite side of both the sock and the Jeep Compass user manual and the interior of the box.
Moving on to item number 15. That is what?
That is a disposable lighter.
Did the Miramar Police Department policies and procedures allow you to maintain that item in evidence?
No,
Why not?
because of the combustible nature of the liquid inside.
So the documentation of this evidence is just the photographs.
That is correct.
Moving on to item 16. What photo marker were these items documented under?
Photo marker 16.
And what are we looking at here?
This is a belt, a disposable lighter, a pair of scissors, and a blue container.
Inside the blue container, based on your training and experience, what did that substance appear to be?
I observed a green leafy substance inside of the container.
Did it have any odor associated with it?
I do not recall.
Moving on to the next item number, what are we looking at here?
This is a Gatorade bottle with red stains on it.
And what photo marker was it documented at?
Photo marker 17.
Moving on to the next photo marker, what are we looking at here?
This is a water bottle, I believe a black plastic cap, a Gatorade bottle, also with red stains on it, and a white plastic bag with red stains, and containing a green plastic cap and a spent bullet casing.
Moving on to the next photo. Where was this casing located when you took the item out of the car?
The casing was located in a white plastic bag that was found on the rear driver's side floorboard.
Was it visible until you removed the bag?
No, it was not.
Moving on to this next photo with the scale and the large number 18. What are we looking at here?
This is a closer-up photo of the spent cartridge casing that was collected from a white plastic bag.
And if you'd be so kind as to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is on the next photo that we're looking at and have zoomed in on?
This is the head stamp of the spent cartridge casing that reads Blazer 40 S&W.
And I'm not going to assume anyone is familiar with firearms or anything of that. So could you please give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a bullet cartridge or an unfired bullet?
A unfired bullet comprises of a projectile that is in the front end of the cartridge casing, and the cartridge casing comprises of gunpowder, a primer, and when the primer is struck, the gunpowder there's an explosion that happens within the cartridge casing, expelling the projectile.
In a revolver, what happens to the casing, the cartridge casing that we're looking at here?
The cartridge casing stays within the cylinder.
If it is a semi-automatic firearm or automatic firearm, what happens to the casing?
The spent cartridge casing is ejected through the ejection port on the semi-automatic weapon.
So the projectile that we're looking at in some of the other photos, that would be contained with a casing to make a unfired bullet.
Sorry, repeat that?
So for some of the projectiles that you've seen in the other photos that you documented, like for example at photo marker 7 and 24 on those would be part of an unfired bullet along with a casing.
Correct.
Moving on to the next item that you collected. What were these?
These are 2 white sandals and a blue plastic container.
Is this a different blue plastic container than the one that was in the back seat?
I do not recall.
When determining the contents of this blue plastic container, what did you observe inside?
I observed an unknown green leafy substance.
Moving on to item number 20. Where were these items recovered from?
These were at photo marker 22. To know where in the vehicle they were collected, I would have to refer to my report.
Understood. So after those photos were taken, I want to now move on to the items that you actually collected.
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, council is advised that this is probably a good time to break for lunch. So remember the admonition we gave you previously, you are not to discuss the case during break. Obviously, you're not allowed to discuss the period. Don't discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in present. Research, leave your notepad in your chairs, and it's now 12:30, so we'll see everybody back, let's say at 1:45, all right? Have a nice lunch, thank you.
Collect the 2 Sprite cans that were there?
Yes, I did.
Going on to the rear of the vehicle, photo markers 12, 13, and 14. Did you collect the various items listed in this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you have help and assistance in processing this vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Who helped you?
Crime scene technician Tara Carroll.
Did you guys have a plan of attack as to how to process the vehicle?
We split up the vehicle into certain sections and each processed those areas of the vehicle and collected the items that were in relation to those areas.
So it's clear to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what section were you assigned?
I was assigned.
Joseph, I want to talk a little bit about the importance, Dina had mentioned it before, that you have to, as a prosecutor, put this evidence in. It shows credibility of the investigation if it's done correctly and that you dotted I's and you cross T's. But from a forensic analyst point of view, if you have to testify on the stand and you have to offer an opinion, how much easier is it for you, or if they don't do it, how hard is it for you if these kinds of forensic pictures and things that they've done were not present? And did you think they did a good job from what we're seeing right now?
Yeah, from what we're seeing, and again, I have to caution our viewers about these images, because some of these, because I think they're probably using them on what's referred to as a limb in court, and so the contrast that you're seeing is kind of blown out at this point in time. It has nothing to do with our production staff. It has everything to do on that end, so it doesn't translate real well as far as fine detail. I suspect that these are pretty detailed photographs where you can get a real feel for what happens, because when it comes to photography at a crime scene, Bob, you essentially become a historian as a crime scene tech, and you're freezing that moment in time that is gone forever and ever, amen. And so you have to start off with what we refer to as macro photographs, where you're getting the exterior of the vehicle all the way around 360 degrees. I tell my students to follow the points of the compass. And then you step in and you get kind of an intermediate range where you get closer up on the outside, and then you go for micro photographs after that. And it all depends on how the prosecutor utilizes these photographs. It's not necessarily the fault of the crime scene tech. How are they using? Because as you well know, you guys that prosecute cases, you're telling a story, and it's like taking pictures and putting it in a book. We take the pictures, but how are you going to utilize those pictures in order to make the jury understand and to transport them back in time to that moment when all of this evidence was captured?
Dina, let's talk death penalty cases again. And having tried them, I know that these jurors need to be absolutely convinced in the guilt phase of the case. And then, of course, the prosecutors have to meet those aggravating factors. Here we have a case where 2 people are being charged with this crime. If the government is not able to show who the actual shooter is or the circumstances under which the shooting took place, which very well may have occurred in the car, it may have been spontaneous. One person may not have had. I've had cases like this, had no idea this was about to go down. Do you think the jury can, even if they win the case, can rise to that level of satisfaction that the jury knows exactly what happened here? Because to me, it's really important the jury knows exactly what happened and what the motive is. Even and again, motive's not an element of the offense, but we're asking jurors to execute people.
I think that's a great question. And the defense kind of brought this up a little bit in opening because they want to use lack of motive to even help him get an acquittal. But I think your point is right, that it is especially important in the death penalty phase because you are asking for, like you said, it to be premeditated. And, with them not having any kind of motive, it leaves it very reasonable to assume that this could have been just an argument and an instantaneous type shooting. So I think that is going to be hard in the death penalty. And not only that, but Florida just recently changed the law, as you know. So there will only need to have 8 of the 12 jurors be deciding for the death penalty, which obviously helps the prosecution because you could have 4 people think that the motive wasn't good enough and this wasn't the death penalty enough. So this is certainly the first high-profile case out of Florida where we're seeing that reduction to the 8 jurors. And so it will be interesting to see how that plays here if it ends up to the penalty phase.
Yeah, you bring up an interesting point. Having tried a death penalty case, I would love, although I don't think it's good for the interest of justice, to make it 8. Why not 4? Let's drop it down to 1. And if they can't get 1, let's just have the judge make the call. I guess eventually we can reduce it to a point where everybody can be convicted. Excellent point, Dina. And so we are going to take a quick break here. We're going to come back with more of this testimony, more of a discussion of what needs to be done by prosecutors to convince jurors to actually impose the ultimate penalty. And at lunch break, we may have an opportunity for you guys to ask some questions and debate about that, because you are our juror. We'll be right back. we're out in Florida with the Demins murder case. This is a double shooting charge for 2018 deaths of two of his friends. It is a death penalty case right now. We have a crime scene investigator who's describing crucial information, because this information, one, if it's captured properly, is going to be essentially necessary for the experts in order to formulate an opinion, which experts are allowed to do, to give to the jurors in order to support the state's case. Let's go back into court.
In your report, how did you write down which side you were responsible for?
In the report, it shows that swabs were taken from the passenger side of the vehicle, which was incorrect in the report, and was later shown as a correction in the primary receipts, as well as the original swab boxes that were collected on scene.
So let's stop for a second there and explain, when you're collecting swabs, what are you doing?
I am using sterile distilled water and placing that onto a cotton swab and passing that over, rubbing that over an area that in which I either believe there may be the presence of DNA, and that area is processed with the swab, then placed inside a sterile swab box, and on that swab box I notate where that item was, or what item was swabbed with those swabs.
So let's go very minute, detail by detail. First thing you do is what? When you're getting the swab in the area, you swab an area. Do you change your gloves?
Correct.
I want very precise.
Yes. I get my new pair of gloves out of the box and take the new sterile swab, open the swab packaging that is sealed and sterile, and open up a new sealed container of sterile water, and that water is then placed in drop form on the top of the swab, and then the swab is then rubbed over the area in which I intend to process.
Do you ever dip the swab back into the sterile water and sort of double dipping, for lack of a better term?
No, I do not.
Okay. After you swab the area, what's the next step you take?
The swab box is opened, the swabs are put inside the swab box, then that swab box is closed, and then I notate on the swab box what item is processed with the swabs.
Do you complete the property receipt at that same time?
I do not.
When do you complete your property receipt?
The property receipt is completed later on in the office, when the item is then going to be submitted to the Evidence Bureau.
When do you do your report?
The report is done following, usually when all work is done.
Okay. So in terms of the most accurate description of what is that swab is of, what would that be?
The note on the swab box.
Okay. So going back to the photos, and in terms of the process and the timing, when you're doing the swabs, is it before these photos, after these photos, just so the jury understands the way you process the car?
The way I process it is I remove all items that are deemed as evidence, and I remove those from the vehicle. And then prior to any other processing, whether that be latent prints, the car is processed for possible DNA, and then from there to latent prints.
And to be clear, did you do any of the latent prints in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Moving on to the pictures with item markers or photo markers 10, 11, 16 here. Were those items 16, 11 collected?
Yes, they were.
And forgive me. In terms of the numbers and the item numbers, was there a time or a number that you collected 1 through 15, 1 through 20, the items, and Ms. Carroll collected the others?
Yes, there were.
And do you recall which specific photo markers and items you were responsible for collecting?
I would have to refer to my report.
Would you look at your report and refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes, I would.
If I may approach that?
Yes.
Have you opportunity to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, that being said, I'll ask again. Which items or photo markers were you responsible for collecting numerically?
Items 12 through 20 were the items that I collected.
In terms of these photographs, they were all taken by you. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
Moving on to item number 18 and 17. Did you collect those two?
Yes, I did.
19 and 20 as shown here. Did you collect those?
Yes, I did.
What are we looking at in this photo here?
This photo shows the trunk portion of the vehicle with the hatch covering the spare tire removed.
The processing here again at the what location of the car on this photo or next one?
This is the front driver's side billboard.
Okay, you have, and what photo marker is here?
19.
So what are we looking at here underneath the brake pedal?
That I believe is a spent projectile.
Is that then marked with photo marker number 24 that we're looking at in this photo?
Yes, it is.
And item number 23, the glasses case. You were documenting that? Sorry.
Correct.
On to photo marker number 25. Did you take these images here?
Yes, I did.
Photo marker 26. Did you take those?
Yes, I did.
Are these the items that were in the glove box?
Yes, they are.
In terms of this enterprise receipt that we're looking at here, does that vehicle description listed on this enterprise receipt and VIN number match the Jeep Compass that you've been looking at?
No, they do not.
And the name of the individual who rented this vehicle, was that on this enterprise receipt? On the, and not the Jeep Compass, my apologies, I'll rephrase. The enterprise receipt, did it have a name of a renter on it?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
Jamerson Francois.
I'm going to move on to the next photo here. What have you done to document the scene in this photo inside this Jeep?
In this photo, it shows trajectory rods that were placed inside of the projectile defects to show an approximate path of the projectile.
Okay, there, the continuation with very, very important forensic evidence, again, to be utilized by experts, which is going to be a key in the prosecution's case. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other end. Please stay with us. right, welcome back to the network. So let me go for the last couple of questions with Joseph Scott Morgan. We were talking off the record during a commercial break, and you gave us a really interesting analysis of propellants with the weapon and gunshot residue and what comes forward and what comes backwards. Is this something that would be crucial to you in your evaluation, and can you explain to our audience what that means?
Yeah, I think one of the things that you look at is what's referred to as primer residue, and primer residue is more unstable chemical compound. That's where the firing pin taps the primer to strike it in order to initiate the firing process. It kind of comes out in a big bloom on the back end side. Then you have propellant residue, which issues forth out of the forward portion of the weapon. A completely different chemical structure. So that would give you an idea of potentially the orientation of an individual that had either discharged the weapon or was on the muzzle end of the weapon at that point in time. Sometimes those things have to be very fine-tuned. I'd be interested to see if they pursued it that far. And, the tale will be told in this particular case relative to all the trace evidence. You saw them doing the swabs for potential DNA because he doesn't know if there's DNA there. That's at a molecular level. You can't see it. So he's making an educated guess that there is a probability it might be there. So he's taking the sterile water that he has dipped these syringes in, and he's collecting them. They're going to let them dry. And then after they do that, the scientists, the white lab coat people on the bench will take a look at it and give you a DNA structure or try to determine first off if there's anything there.
Yeah, Dina, so one of the, let's go to aggravating factors now, because that's what the government has to prove beyond the reasonable doubt to the satisfaction of each individual juror, and then collectively that the death penalty is the appropriate penalty. I just go back on my own experience with the case I was telling you guys before, where there were gang members in a vehicle and a fight broke out in the vehicle that was unanticipated, and one of the individuals pulled the gun out and shot and killed the person, and it became an issue as to who was the person that pulled the weapon out, who was the person that shot. And since there wasn't a felony happening at the time, felony murder was not charged there, so prosecutors were required to prove who the shooter was. Things like this happen out there. In order for you to get those aggravating factors, you have to really show solid proof. In your opinion, is the government going to be able to show who the actual shooter was? And when the prosecution says they don't need motive, that's true, but it's important for the jurors to understand, was this an instantaneous thing that was not premeditated, or was this in fact a premeditated act, assuming they're the ones that shot in the vehicle?
I think maybe one of the biggest wins the defense got was being able to split his trial with the co-defendant, Henry, because we're definitely going to see that argument. Even if the prosecution proves this wasn't a drive-by and it happened within the vehicle with all the shell casings and their blood splatter and everything else they're going to show, we know that Melly's defense attorney is going to say that he wasn't the shooter still, because that is going to be really hard to prove, I think, conclusively. We'll see what these experts say. But kind of as Joseph says, there's so much residue, there's so much blood, you have such a small contained space. Can they really prove beyond a reasonable doubt exactly who held it and what position of the car? I mean, maybe. But then to get to the death penalty, I think that's going to be a leap because, like you said, they have not shown anything showing this is premeditated. In fact, it seems like a poorly premeditated murder, if that's the case, because of the fact that they kind of left all this evidence in the car. So I think it goes more toward this having been a spontaneous killing than a premeditation, which will, I think, make it more difficult for the death penalty for sure.
This is a huge point when you're trying to ask people to execute people. If it was a spontaneous thing and they can't put the gun in a particular person's hand, that could be a huge problem on the guilt phase to begin with. Guys, thank you. I know you have to go. Really appreciate your analysis. We're going to have more on the other end. Please stay with us. Welcome back for those who have been following, but for those who are joining, my name is Bob Bianchi, and we are in Broward County, Florida today for the trial of Jamel Demins. I have guests that are actually in studio replacing the two guests we had before. They are heavyweights, so I'm really, really excited about this. So we know that the defendant is a Florida rapper who's charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and is accused of killing Anthony William, also known as YNW Sack Chaser, and Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YNW Juvie. Back in 2018, the prosecutors are saying this is a death penalty case, and if the 24-year-old is convicted, the jury will make a decision as to whether it will be a life sentence or whether or not the death penalty is the appropriate thing to be imposed in this case. So far, our guests have not said that this is really, really a solid case from what we know about it right now in order to convince jurors to impose the ultimate penalty of death. But we have seen this morning that there's testimony from forensic examiners that took a lot of crime scene photos. And again, if you're just joining us, the importance of these crime scene photos is because they're going to become crucial evidence for the experts in the case. So let's go back to that Florida courtroom.
Okay. Investigator Carter, as you were saying, explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what are these green, red items that are now in the back seat of the Jeep?
These are called trajectory rods, and like I said, they are used to show the approximate path of the projectile when it struck the surface.
How many trajectory rods are in this photo that we're looking at here?
There are 7.
Going forward to the next photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is the opposite side of the rear passenger side seat, showing the trajectory rods coming.
Objection. Same objection?
Yes, sir.
Overruled.
Again, showing what?
Showing the trajectory rods coming through the back of the rear passenger seat and through to the front of the rear passenger side seat.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you place them?
The trajectory rods are placed through one defect, pass through the object, and then through the other defect on the opposite side.
Going forward to this next photo, all the other items of evidence have been removed. So I want to go for time frame. How long after the initial processing are we talking where you're doing these trajectory rods?
I do not have a time for that.
When we're looking at this photo here, what are we looking at?
This is the rear driver's side interior door and floorboard seat.
Looking here at this photo, what are you documenting and where is it in relation to that last photo?
I am documenting a projectile defect that was in the door jamb of the rear driver's side door.
And so I'm going to go back to the last photo. If you could circle a couple of times on the screen the area that you are photographing in the next photograph. Okay. And going to the opposite angle view of that. Can you again circle the defect so it's clear? And to get this photo, how did you have to position the rear driver's side door?
The door had to be fully opened and the defect had to be photographed from looking from the inside of the vehicle out.
Okay. So going on to the next photograph here, you mentioned prior that there was a projectile on the seat that you recovered.
Correct.
Is this the process you had to undertake?
Yes, it was.
What did you do? Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I used a scalpel to remove the top layer of the leather, and it showed a projectile that was situated inside the front of the seat.
Is this another view of that process?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you assign a photo marker to that item and collect it?
Yes, I did.
And what are we looking at this image?
This is an image of the projectile as it was removed from the foam to be fully photographed.
Okay. So those 65 photos that you took at the processing of the Jeep, is that, and we've gone through all of those. I'm going to move on now to the photos that you took of the items of evidence that you collected. Investigator Carter.
All right, like I said, in studio, we got two pros. Richard Schoenstein is with us. He is a litigator, and Brian Buckmeyer from the Law and Crime Network and the co-host of The Daily is with us. Brian, let me go to you first. What we have here is a situation in which it may be difficult for the prosecution to prove who the actual shooter is between the two co-defendants. This is a death penalty case. My experience tells me jurors want to be completely convinced as to who did it, and then they've got to weigh aggravating factors, and one of them is premeditation. Brian, I've been involved in a case almost exactly like this. Alleged gang members driving in a vehicle, no premeditation to kill somebody, a fight breaks out in the middle of the car, somebody pulls a gun out and kills somebody. That is not going to be a death penalty case. In fact, it could also not even be a murder conviction if those jurors cannot come to a decision beyond a reasonable doubt as to who the shooter is. What are your thoughts?
I think you're completely right from multiple standpoints, not just the who had done it in terms of is it Ynw MELLY, is it the co-defendant? Hey, another person could have entered into the car, gone to an argument, and shot at these four young men as they're all trying to fight back. We don't know. And I think there's enough reasonable doubt that the defense attorney can sprinkle it around and say, you can't tell me it was my client. You can tell me that he was in the vehicle, but you can't tell me that he's the one that did the shooting. And while motive is something that we as defense attorneys say, prosecution doesn't have to prove it, I may or may not know it, whatever it may be, I think motive is a big part of the case here because I only have so many tattoos on my body, one of them being for my brother. I can't imagine that a person puts a tattoo of someone on their body and then murders them years later. I can't imagine that you are financially invested in someone's career and then murder them later. It doesn't fit for all of the theories that we have when motive typically applies in a murder case.
Yeah, and Richard, Brian brings up a very, very important point. The judge can instruct the jury all they want that in a murder case, motive is not an element of the offense, but the defense is arguing, to Brian's point, that I think, one, you're not going to be able to describe who the shooter is if you can even prove the shooting occurred inside the car. And why would he be the person that would murder somebody that's so close to him, which kind of gets to the idea that there's no motive. What are your overall thoughts of the case?
Yeah, it does seem like a hard case to prove because you've got to get over several different hurdles, right? First of all, you have to show that the shots came from inside the car and not outside the car, which was the initial story that was being told. And then even if you get shots in the car, you have to tie them to the defendant. I mean, maybe the two guys shot at each other. Maybe somebody else shot at them. Maybe there's a person who intervened and then disappeared. You don't know. And the motive thing just complicates it for the reasons both of you guys are saying. Like, if you can't show a good reason for the defendant to commit this crime, and the forensics are not enough to tie him in particular, it becomes a tough sell.
Brian, let's go right to the death penalty aggravating factors. As we all know, the prosecutor has to prove at least one aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt. Each juror has to make an individual determination that not only has it been proven, but the death penalty is the appropriate penalty. And one of the aggravating factors they have here is the heinous, cruel, and atrocious nature of the killing. It was premeditated. It was by involving gangs. Do you find that this falls within the heinous, cruel, and atrocious manner of killing?
So anytime you kill someone, it's heinous. Anytime you take a life, it's cruel. But if the rule absorbs or swallows the exception, it's no longer a rule. I think in a case like here, the defense attorney, who I think is very talented, just looking at their opening statements, can say it's not just that it's a murder, that it's cruel. You have to differentiate between all murders and all cruelty. And I think in the case here, what I would point to is the video of them leaving the recording studio. For you, or for you, you're a guest here. This studio is where you come and you bless us with your knowledge. But for Bob and I, this is our place of work. You and I leave here, Bob, as coworkers. We'll go get a drink. We'll go hang out. If they saw video of me and you leaving the studio, and then one of us would murder, you'd be like, no, these guys are boys. They're making money together. They're doing shows together. Where's the cruelty and the heinousness before the murder? It's not there, so why would it happen at the murder? I think that video is going to be very helpful come sentencing.
Wow, really, really interesting points. So that's why this is really a fascinating case. And again, I'll go back to having tried death penalty cases, and one of the first things that we say is in the guilt phase, we need those jurors to be absolutely convinced as to who the person was that committed the murder, and that it have such an emotional and visceral reaction that when we go into the sentencing phase, you hope that they're going to impose the ultimate penalty. Guys, thank you for that commentary. We've got a lot more with these two excellent guests on the other end of the break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're discussing the trial of Florida rapper Ynw MELLY, whose real name is Jamel Demins. He is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder back in 2018 for the shooting death of Anthony Williams, also known as YNW Sack Chaser, and Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YAMW Juvie. Law and crime correspondent Bryson Paul is on the ground for us here at the Law and Crime Network at the Broward County Courthouse. Bryson, good morning, good welcome, good afternoon to the show. Love having you out there. Hey, give us a little rundown. Like, what's going on there? What are your initial thoughts about how this trial's going?
Good afternoon, Bob. For day 2 of this trial, for the Ynw MELLY trial, it's been majority handled by the prosecution, who called up 4 witnesses so far. They continued their testimony with Morgan Curry, crime scene technician, and then they moved on to Ynw Allen, who's a forensics or a 29-year analyst for fingerprints, and then they moved on to Christopher Carter, who is also a crime scene investigator for the Fort Lauderdale PD.
So Bryson,
they had the fingerprint, or they had Raymond Maycock, the person who fingerprinted Ynw MELLY when he turned himself in.
All right, Bryson,
on February 13th.
From what you're hearing inside of the courtroom, is there anything about the forensics that you're listening to far that's stuck out in your mind as being important for the prosecution?
Nothing of importance, just more review, if whatnot. It was just reviewing all of the fabrics and the items that were in the Jeep the night of the murder, and nothing that would point to MELLY as being the person they accused.
Yeah, let me ask you, Bryson, based on everything you're listening to, the opening statements, the testimonies coming out, a lot of us here in the studio with our legal experts are talking about the idea. I mean, this is a death penalty case, and the prosecutors really have to show who the person was that fired the shots. That this wasn't a spontaneous thing. It wasn't something where an argument happened and somebody got shot, but
Correct.
This was an actual premeditated thing. Do you think the prosecution is going to have trouble showing who was the shooter and that this was, in fact, premeditated?
I believe right now they are having trouble showing that based off the surveillance videos from the hours leading up to the murders, and it didn't show anything odd, anything out of the ordinary. It showed just Ynw MELLY and his friends that are now deceased just casually walking around, casually conversating with one another. It didn't show anything odd that shows that they had any animosity towards each other.
Okay, we know that rapper Bozy was in the courtroom yesterday. Did he make an appearance today, and any other famous faces that we're seeing inside that courtroom?
Actually, no. Lil Boosie did not make an appearance today. He actually didn't return to the courtroom after lunch on day 1. And no, it was a pretty light courtroom. It was more, I would say it was only 25 people in there that came in, mostly the victims' families and Jamie King, Ynw MELLY's mother, his brother B Slime, a couple other male figures that followed, and that was about it. And then interns who were reviewing the court case.
Yeah, Bryson, you mentioned that we have families that are supporting the defendants and the victims in the case. What's the temperature inside that courtroom between those two competing interests?
You could definitely notice the animosity between the victim's family and Ynw MELLY's family. Both have looks crossed back and forth at each other on multiple occasions. As evidence and video shows of the now deceased victims, you can see the victims' families even look directly at MELLY with a disdain look on their face. You can see when they have the videos of MELLY and MELLY and his group of friends walking around, even leading up to the murder, you'll see MELLY's mom look over at the victim's family to see what their reactions are.
Yeah.
And even at one point in time, when we were about to break, the victim Ynw Juvie's mother even got up in the middle of the gallery and stared directly at Ynw MELLY until he looked at her.
Yeah, I'm wondering, has the judge, let's talk about the judge and the lawyering. Sometimes these can be really contentious court proceedings. So my question is, one, how are the lawyers and the judges playing in the sandbox, as we say? And two, have there been any applications by the lawyers to stop the jeering and the staring and the antics if in fact they're happening in front of the jury?
No, there hasn't. Both sides, the prosecution and defense, have been very cooperative with each other. And it hasn't really been any motions to stop the trial for any reasons by the judge or prosecution or the defense.
Okay, so let's ask again, what aren't we seeing inside the courtroom about them staring down? Like, what's it like outside? Is it a little more aggressive or the same kind of thing?
Definitely from the younger audience or the younger family members of both sides of both sides. The victim and Melly's family have more of anger towards what they're seeing, more anger towards like just seeing their former or Melly's former friends alive and not there at this in the courtroom or not there, and just period. But you can see a lot more animosity towards the younger audience that are in the room, and they're often having to be escorted out when we show certain images and certain videos.
Well, speaking of showing images and videos, Melly had indicated previously he did not want to see evidence of the pictures of the victims in the case. That happened yesterday. Can you talk to us a little bit more about that? And have there been...
Man, my bad, y'all. I had a family emergency. I had to get the fuck and go do something, man. We back, though. We back with it. Shout out everybody that's in the chat, everybody that stayed in rocking. Let's get back to it.
No.
Okay. Can I have a minute, Your Honor?
Yes.
Actually, sorry. Before I go, there was a rental agreement that you retrieved?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same rental agreement that the gentleman with whom you were processing the car retrieved? There were two rental agreements, right?
I don't know. I'm sorry, do you mind if I look at my...
No, please do.
I just have that the 2-page rental agreement for Jameson Francois from Enterprise Rental for the Nissan RSPT.
It was a Nissan RSPT? That's what you retrieved?
Yes, that's what I will say. And that I found it in the glove box, photo marker number 26.
Can I have a quick second?
Yes.
And gold teeth. That would be another pretty likely fertile DNA item. Something you stick in your mouth all the time.
Yes.
Okay. So that was preserved for DNA as well.
I'm assuming, I think that I did swab that at one point. But yes, it would have been preserved.
Okay. You don't need to. You were telling us earlier that you photographed items that you retrieved and the partner with whom you conducted this processing investigation photographed the items that he retrieved?
He did the entire crime scene photos. The items that I collected, I photographed in the lab.
Okay. So in other words, he would have photographed everything, but you would have photographed just those that you retrieved.
Correct.
Okay. Makes sense. One moment, please. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any redirect examination of this witness?
Investigator Carroll, how many items were swabbed approximately for DNA in this case?
Okay. What would you like me to try to count?
Please, if you would.
Okay.
Please, okay.
Do you want just from the Jeep?
The entire, all the items that were processed, swabbed, everything else?
I would only have what I actually swabbed. Okay.
I have 15 different items just from the Jeep. I have
Damn, the motherfucking lag is real. The hell? It was on 360, man. Shout out to the gang, man. I had to go handle some family business. I'm sorry, y'all had to dip off real quick in the short Harry, goddamn it. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We back in this thing, you dig? This nigga Melly fighting for his motherfucking life. Let's get to that. And my zip with the drip voice. Let's get to that.
I had 5 additional items that were swabbed at a later date, but also items found in the Jeep.
Okay. So does the Broward Sheriff's Office process every single DNA swab that you collect?
No.
Why not?
Objection?
Suggestion.
I think that's beyond her scope of knowledge.
Sustained.
So, Investigator Carroll, with regards to the BSO crime lab, did they conduct all of the DNA analysis for the Miramar Police Department?
They do the analysis. We were not allowed to submit all the swabs.
Okay. With regards to the gloves on that, do you change between every DNA swab that is collected as policy of the Miramar Police Department?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I just have one question.
Sure.
Ma'am, when you say you weren't allowed to submit the swabs, was there a rule that permitted you from doing so for like economic reasons or something?
The lab only allows us to do 10 at a time, and then possibly we could have another round of 10. A lot of times we'll need permission from the DNA manager to even submit any more than 10 on a homicide.
Okay. So if there are like maybe 30 relevant DNA swabs that you do, policy on a homicide case says you only are allowed to submit 10, 20 with permission, hardly ever more.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be we could do 10, then we'd have a second round of 10, then you'd be looking at permission. Recently, it's changed a bit, so it's usually up to the lab whether or not they're going to allow us to submit any more.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else in this witness, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
She excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam, thank you very much. You may step down, Ms. Carroll. You're excused.
Thank you so much.
And who's your next witness?
They're here. I just want to do a 5-minute buffer.
Sure. We take a short recess. Ladies and gentlemen, please note hands on the chairs. Remember, you got permission to not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case regarding serving no research. Just leave no hands on the chairs. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Defendant, is your restroom break or anything?
No, sir.
Thank you. All right, anything to discuss, counsel?
Nothing at this time.
All right, we're recessed. Thank you.
Man, shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Smash that like button. Smash the motherfucking like, man. Top of the TR. Or, not top of the TR. Okay. Oh, damn. Is that adjourned? Smash that like, gang. I'm back, baby. How everybody doing, man? All right, we back, gang. We back. I had to refresh that motherfucker, man.
Madam State, do you have any cases that you wish me to take a look at? Anything else from the defense?
Just to the citation of the other case, Your Honor, I don't need to read it into record. I'm sure the court has.
The one I'm reading is Rodriguez v. State, and it's cited at 919 Southern 2nd, 1252, and it's really just a short paragraph, very generic, but it basically says that's not the preferred method to identify as long as there's non-related credible witnesses are available to testify as to the identity of the deceased.
Right. And I believe the seminal case is Weltry v. State, 402 Southern 2nd, 1159 from 1981.
402?
Southern 2nd, 1159.
I apologize. I got to get out of this.
That's a seminal case, Your Honor, and I would just respect.
402?
Southern 2nd, 1159, Florida, 1981.
Case law. I'm gonna tell y'all one thing. A lot of ways that lawyers and attorneys and shit, a lot of ways that they beat cases and win like appeals, they cite case law. Case law is basically an old case that has happened where that's similar to whatever case you're going through, and like maybe a law change from that case or some kind of, so they try to show that to the judge, and more than likely if it matches up, the judge use that, like that judgment. He'll look at it like how they looked at that one, and you know what I'm saying? It's called case law though.
And I would just, as the gatekeeper, Your Honor, if the rule is that a member of a victim's family should not identify a victim at trial where non-related credible witnesses are available to make such identification, I would assume the predicate for making such a determination would be identifying that non-related.
Smash them likes too, y'all. Shout out to everybody who's been in here, man. I had a family emergency. I had to dip off for a couple hours, y'all. Shout out to everybody who stayed. I'm back though, man. Back rock and roller controller, you hear me? Smash that like if you did. Shout out Aldine, Turray, Lil Star, Alpha. What's good with you? Alania, Remy Girl, you dig? Nikki Baby, Naeem Beats, Markeisha, Kenny, Lone Wolf, Rockstar, Santos, what up? docs, BG cannons, all that, all y'all.
Credible witnesses are indeed unavailable, which would require the state to document its efforts in obtaining.
And I believe that was already put on the record at sidebar as to those efforts that were made.
If that's what they wish to rest on, Your Honor, we would contend that it's insufficient. It was a declarative statement with no detail.
So in this case, though, that you're citing, it basically says it's clear from the record that the brother's identification testimony was not of such a nature as to evoke the sympathy of the jury or to prejudice the defendant. Nor can we say that the brother's testimony was not necessary to establish the identity of the deceased beyond a reasonable doubt. Here, the neutral witness referred to by Welty were a fingerprint technician who testified that the prints from the victim's right hand matched the prints of Burkhalter on file with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. As a result, in April 1976, DWI arrested Burkhalter, a former member of the Castleberry Police Department who had arrested Burkhalter in '76 for DWI. And
See now, the Melly's lawyer, the black guy, he cited case law to the judge. I don't know the judge's name, but he's basically saying that I guess one of the family members was either trying to ID somebody in court or they were trying to put somebody on the stand to do that. But in case law, it shows that it's already a case that happened where they didn't allow that for whoever that was, who brother in 1980. And case law could be back from the 80s, the 70s. It's just an old case. Like if I shot a nigga in a bank and I got off, and they say, you know what, you can't. If you shoot niggas in the bank, you don't go to jail. And then somebody else shoots a nigga in the bank, like nowadays, and they go to jail, the lawyer can cite case law and say, hey, why he got to go to jail if back in 1981, this dude Q robbed the bank. I mean, he shot a nigga in the bank, and he didn't go to jail for that because it was I know it's a crazy law. It's not a real law. I'm just saying. So that makes the judge like, oh, damn, I can't go against what's already been. You feel me?
Who identified Burkhalter from a 1976 mugshot taken at the time of the DWI arrest, even though Welty was willing to stipulate to the identity of the victim. This did not prevent the state from presenting additional relevant evidence to prove identity beyond a reasonable doubt. We find the trial court did not reversibly err in permitting this testimony.
It's not precluded in instances where it's necessary and they can establish a necessary predicate. They can't do so. And we're also inviting error by taking the risk that unfolds when the state has ample resources and time to go and find a witness that's suitable and comports with proper protocol.
Anything else?
No.
This is my thought. I wasn't, as I indicated, I wasn't aware of the rule previously. I've tried many homicide cases, and 90% of the time it's stipulated to, although I have had people testify as to the identity. I'm not certain whether they're family members or not, so I don't want to take that lead. I wasn't familiar with the case, but the case seems clear. It's not the preferred method. Don't do it. They're objecting to it. So at this juncture, I haven't heard exactly what efforts were made. I don't know if there are any other witnesses, so we're just going to table it for now. I want to hear whether or not you can have another witness testify as to a non-related credible witness testify as to the identity of the two victims, Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so do you have any other witnesses today?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we're just going to adjourn now. How does this issue with the medical examiner, how's that going to play out?
We will address scheduling on that. I'm moving around witnesses right now for tomorrow. So we will be plenty of witnesses for tomorrow. I'm still juggling people around to fill in some of those gaps.
Anything else to discuss, counsel?
No.
Nothing, sir.
All right, just bring the jury in and I'll tell them we're done for the day.
Jury entering.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, ladies and gentlemen, the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be rather quick. My thought is that we're going to adjourn for the day. The next witness is going to be scheduled. There's a little issue that's come up, so the counsel is going to rearrange her witnesses, and she'll do that. We'll have a full day tomorrow. So we'll have a full day tomorrow, so we're going to adjourn a little early today. We'll see everybody back tomorrow at 9. Just remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, and certainly no research about the case, all right? I understand it's wet out there, so stay dry. Leave your notepads on chairs. Hold on. Notepads on chairs. Thank you. Thank you. That's where your jury stepped out. Counsel Manning, one for the defendant. Nothing to discuss, correct?
No, sir.
All right, we'll see you all back tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, you know, that concludes motherfucking court today, man. Sorry I couldn't be here for the whole thing with y'all, man. I had to go handle some family business and shit, but what y'all think, man? How's it looking? Guilty or not guilty?
We're off the record, right?
Yes. Ms. Brantham, you know where you're calling tomorrow? When you do, will you text either David or Raven? Well, you'll text me. All right. Huh? I don't like
Everybody go.
Yeah.
And we make sure we get all the evidence, right?
I'm not touching that.
Don't worry about you.
I don't blame you. I'm worried about myself, too.
I ain't gonna lie, man. That nigga look confident, bro. I think he might be going home. He got to know something we don't know, gang. He has got to know something that we don't know, because that nigga is too happy. There must be some evidence finna get thrown out or some shit.